Can I finish? No mercy, please.
I'm too powerful.
Okay, bye.
You know what? Dominance. What do?
I would love it if that one shot.
It's not dominance, it's just torture for everybody.
He didn't heal me for a long while. He's just gonna heal me as I did anyways. I just need to stay very close to him. No, Evan, no! No! Oh. Oh, Sven, wow! Casting?
Good afternoon.
Casting?
Or should I say evening? Morning. Morning? At any rate, I'm the game master. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
After Boston, we
Before we begin, there is something I must tell you. You see, my job is to draw you into this world with my voice and cards.
Maybe.
Which is why I believe it best for you to play with the sound on. In fact, I insist on it. However, as you can see, my voice is subtitled, so you can always read along as well. Now then, are you ready? Let's begin. Welcome to Voice of Cards. You are about to take the first steps of your adventure. Through a
I don't
realm
think
of
we listed
sword
it
and
just-
sorcery you will travel, battling bloodthirsty monsters as you strive to realize your ambitions. I have every faith you will accomplish great things here. I am merely a witness to your exploits. Now then, your departure draws nigh. May your journey be a safe one.
The one thing I need is what I don't need spot drops.
We begin in a cave. The surrounding rocks are slimy with damp. It feels as if some foul creature could leap out from the shadows at any moment. Yet in this horrible place gathers a fellowship of 3 adventurers. One is a young woman. You can tell just by looking at her, she enjoyed a good upbringing. Another is a stoic warrior. He stands at the ready, scanning his surroundings for any sign of threat. Last but not least is the old man. He has a sagely air and gazes into the darkness stretching out before him. These adventurers seek a certain treasure hidden in this cave. An iron door towers before you. It has rather conspicuous handles. stoic man takes hold of the handles and pushes as hard as he can, but the door doesn't so much as budge. The stoic man winds his leg back and lets fly a powerful kick into the door. As his foot connects, the door trundles to the side. So it was one of those sliding contraptions.
Oh, it's up to me first. Nice.
Something leaps out of the fellowship from the darkness.
Oh, of course, now you do that.
Alright, time to do some super threats. Baiting. Not yet. Okay, no. Yes, Ben, let's bait it. Get there. Get.
That works.
Unfortunate.
Why did I do that?
You did great.
You're gonna die.
Alright.
Alright, goodbye. Fuck.
These adventurers have seen
Let's get
their
going.
fair share of
Oh, nice.
sorrow.
I got the chest.
Defeat
Well,
their
let me go
attackers
see if
with
there is a chest that was left behind.
It's also the other thing I don't need.
Is there anything you need? You said you did everything.
The treasure chest.
Well, I need
Awful
a
rumbling
head, I need
sounds
gloves,
deep
I
in the
need
cave.
feet, I need earrings, I
Shall
need
for the
necklace, and a
weary
ring.
trio appear
That's
creatures
what I
the
need.
likes of
Oh,
which
it takes you
they've
back
never
to
seen.
I can give you a head if you want.
Can you return?
Sure. Can I?
What do you want?
Can you
Okay,
return?
I can buy. See you later.
Yeah.
Well, it's into the demo. I should have just attacked with that. It's fine.
There is treasure inside, no doubt about it, but it's locked tight. The woman slides the simple key into the lock. The chest clicks open. Inside is what appears for all the world to be an ordinary medicine bottle. At last, we've retrieved the royal treasure, the old man says. The woman and warrior exchange a nod. Their quest complete, the triumphant trio put the cave behind them.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the end of the demo. It's pretty cool that the demo is actually like a separate thing, I guess.
This is Castle Advent. Queen Nilla reigns over the kingdom from within its walls. In the crowded audience chamber jostle all manner of knights, adventurers, and bounty hunters. The white-robed adventurers stand close to the throne. A palace guard calls over the tumult, "Be silent. Her Royal Majesty graces us with her presence." The cacophony ceases the moment Queen Nilla enters the chamber. Seated upon the throne, the Queen faces the crowd. Her lips part. "Thank you all for heeding my call to slay the dragon. Whatever it takes to defeat this reawakened evil, I ask that you do it. Whomsoever conquers this beast will be honored for ages to come and handsomely rewarded." At that, the gathered crowd cheers loud enough to shake the castle's very foundations. "Leave the dragon to us, Your Majesty," say the white-robed adventurers, as if the beast's demise at their hands is assured. "Indeed, you did well to reclaim the royal treasure," the Queen replies. "I thank you, for my stomach becomes most upset without it. So the treasure is a staple of the royal medicine cabinet. It puts my mind at ease to know the Ivory Order offers its aid in slaying the dragon. The trio are disciples of the Ivory Order, a charitable organization beloved the realm over. Indeed, anyone would think this illustrious trio the heroes of our tale. But they'd be wrong. So we just gotta slay the dragon and we'll be drowning in gold. The man trails off, drooling over unknowable fantasies. Beside him, a strange creature lets out a chirping coo. Pay attention, because this is important. There he is, or there you are, I should say, the hero of our tale. A humble bounty hunter, you love little in this realm more than coin. A seemingly tedious fellow who doesn't hesitate to claim the title of hero for yourself. When you heard about the quest to slay the dragon, it was the promise of reward that lured you to the castle. Now then, if you wish to officially register for the hunt, see me so I can get your signature. You wonder why you need to sign anything, but head for the guard anyway. Shall we?
You set this up a bit better. No. Alright, whatever. There we go. Alright.
Have you registered yet? Says the guard. Scared of the dragon? Scoffs the guard. We of the Ivory Order will be the ones to restore peace to the land, brags a white-robed man. My colleague made me come along, but he didn't mention we were going on a quest to slay the dragon, she says, trembling. The man takes one look at your companion and shrieks, "Monster!" You think the dragon's really as tough as they say? Asks the man, his knees knocking together. That reward for slaying the dragon is as good as mine, barks the man. If the heroes of the Ivory Order are hunting the dragon, he's as good as dead, says the man, relief spreading across his face. You'll need tough gear if you're going to beat the dragon, the man tells you. Keep your ears perked. You never know what you might hear that'll lead you in the right direction, the man says. You think. The Ivory Order trio stands before you. They seem not the most approachable of parties, but... You inquire about their identities. We are disciples of the Ivory Order. It is our duty to aid the realm and its people however we can. The Order's principal focus is developing medicine to distribute to people throughout the world. They begin blathering an answer to a question you didn't even ask. Sensing a long lecture ahead, you seize on the first chance to extricate yourself from their presence. Go talk to the guard on the left to sign your name on the register. You try to speak to queen. Figures a nobody bounty hunter can't just walk up to a queen and start chatting like they're best friends. Sign here, says the guard, handing you a pen and paper. You sign your name. After you've signed, the guard motions to the strange creature beside you. The monster, too. You sign your companion's name as well. Mar. Mar, your friend and sometimes traveling companion. Though he can't speak the human tongue, he seems to understand it well enough. Thank you. Now we'll know what to have engraved on your tombstones.
Good.
Can't ask the dead what name to mark their grave with, after all, the guard chortles. You want the reward as badly as you don't want to die. You figure you better make some strong friends. Offer to join forces with the Ivory Order trio? With no particular business, you take your leave. We select few are sufficient to defeat the dragon. We require no additional aid. And we certainly don't require the aid of a no-name wastrel. With that, the trio takes their leave of the castle. I'll let the Order handle this. Me, I'm heading home. Before you even open your mouth to ask him to team up, he cuts you off. Thanks, but no thanks. You ask him to team up, but he refuses angrily. I ain't splitting. You weren't planning on sharing either, so you don't try to change his mind. No way am I adventuring with anyone who keeps that sort of creepy company, he says. Never know what you might hear that'll lead you in the right direction. The man wanders off somewhere, muttering, "You'll need tough gear," the man says, wandering off. Let us depart. We have a realm to save. You catch a glimpse of the terrified look on her, and then the two disappear out of the audience chamber. I am one of the guards charged with the castle's protection. I take not a single... I am one of the guards charged with the castle's protection. I'll leave. You've yet to find any help for your quest. Things don't look that reassuring as they are, but the decision is up to you. Asking Queen Nilla to join you. The castle will close to visitors shortly. Please be on your way. You're shooed out. In the end, you set out, just the two of you, to hunt the dragon. How may I help you? The proprietress inquires. Will that be all? The proprietress asks. A weapons merchant accosts you in the street, despite your best efforts to mind your own business. He speaks to you in a voice barely above a whisper. You want the most powerful weapon there ever was? He conspicuously checks his surroundings before revealing this weapon of apparent renown to you. To hear him tell it, this is a legendary weapon, and one of its kind at that. It can be yours for 20,000 gold pieces, he says. You can smell the scam a mile away, and yet the aura of this weapon does have something of the legendary about it. You open your coin purse. No money, no sale. He tucks the weapon away once more. The old man kindly warned you of the dangerous monsters outside of town. The door is shut tight. You spy a keyhole on it, suggesting the existence of a corresponding key. The child says you should see Nexton as soon as you leave the castle town. You peek inside the carriage shop only to hear the owner call out that they're closed. Guess you won't be making use of them after all. Before you stands a sign calling for people to join the hunt for the dragon. Earlier, you saw the bit about the handsome reward for whoever slays the dragon, and hightailed it to the castle. A woman stares at the sign, transfixed. Her face curls into a scowl as she notices you. "Monster!" the woman cries, and flings magic at Mar. Startled by the spell, Mar grows dizzy. You gather the dizzy Mar in your arms and glare at the woman. "This ain't a monster," you growl, as the woman snarls over you, "I hate monsters." The two of you bicker for quite a while. In the end, the woman admits she may have jumped to conclusions, but stubbornly refuses to apologize. Inwardly, you call her unsavory names as your attention shifts to a different topic of conversation. Turns out she really hates the dragon and would love to take him down with her own two hands. But she knows she's no match for him alone, so she's at a loss for what to do. When you tell her you're after the same thing, she squints down her nose at you. "Fine," she says. "I can help you." She's a little annoying, but you are looking for quest companions. "I only want to see the dragon dead. I don't care about anything else," she mutters. You overhear her remarks and grin without thinking. Then you don't care about getting a share of the reward. That suits you perfectly. You happily join forces with the black-clad woman. She introduces herself as Melanie. She tells you she is a witch, but says nothing of why she hates monsters or what grudge she bears against the dragon. The woman tells you she's so terrified of what might happen if the dragon attacks the town, she hasn't been able to eat. How may I help you? The proprietor inquires. Will that be all? The proprietor asks. Welcome to Nexton, hails a man. The man doesn't respond to any question except to parrot back his original greeting. You try asking the man if he knows anything about the dragon. The man's eyes widen. He leans close, cupping his hand to his mouth. Welcome to Nexton, he whispers in your ear. The man helpfully advises you take the opportunity to purchase equipment and curatives while you are in town. A woman sits hunched over by the side of the road. Upon catching sight of you, she calls out she's sprained her ankle and needs you to take her to the nearby apothecary. You try to lift the woman into your arms, but the weight's too much for you to bear. You lay the woman back down where you found her and mutter a quiet farewell before turning to leave. Upon seeing that, Melanie snaps. What kind of person are you? Ain't like it's my fault she's hurt, you whine like a child. Ignoring you, Melanie gingerly helps the woman up. Mar bends so the woman can get on his back, and the two of them head off in search. You watch them walk away for a moment before following, complaining to yourself about what a waste of time this is. You arrive at the apothecary. After taking a curative, the woman begins hopping up and down. Nothing holds a candle to Ivory Order medicine, she beams. She thanks you and pulls something from her breast pocket. You've helped someone. It might be a good idea to do that again, should you come across anyone else in need of assistance. How may I help you? The proprietress inquires. Will that be all? The proprietress asks.
Wait a minute. Let me...
It seems the majority of the world's medicine is made by the Ivory Order. That's probably part of the reason the Order has so many ardent supporters. The girl says if you follow this road northwest for a bit, you'll come to Thriston. On your way to defeat the dragon, the innkeeper gives you a room free of charge in a show of support for any and all who wish to defeat the dragon. The party leaves the inn feeling rested. Apparently, a monster researcher lives in Thriston and might know something about the dragon. It seems you've learned all you can here. Time to move on. As your eyes roam everywhere but the path you walk, you barrel right into someone. When you turn to see who it is, you Winifred, are you all right? The sagely old man asks the woman, voice full. I'm fine, the woman called Winifred replies. Thank you, Hedwin. Berwin, the old man calls, turning to their stoic companion. He jerks forward, as if to defend Hedwin and Winifred. The trio advances on you. How dare you treat disciples of the Ivory Order with such disrespect? They're the ones who ran into you, so if anything, they should be apologizing. We were standing still, says Hedwin, his calm tone belying the anger on his face. Muttering a half-hearted apology, you try to keep walking, but that's when you notice something in your hand. Looks like you accidentally grabbed Winifred's coin purse when you ran into her.
Not me, yeah.
Thief, bellows Berwin, drawing his weapon. Guess you've got to fight your way past.
Uh-oh.
And
Feels like this is gonna
fight.
be...
Don't worry, the coffin card is down, but they're still alive. The Ivory Order trio looks at you like they can't believe such a weakling would even try to hunt down the dragon. Taking pity on your ineptitude, the Ivory Order trio uses their magic to heal your wounds. We mustn't tarry any longer. To the monster researcher of Thriston with us, Hedwin urges his companions and the trio depart. Aimless wandering can be fun, but if you want purpose and direction, I'd suggest sticking to the path. Nice work. And fight. Good work. And fight. Oh? Let's do this. was surprised to find a merchant selling goods in a place like this. You decide to take a look, and the merchant, you're in luck. I have some rare items for sale, she remarks, lining up some goods before you. She begins closing her shop, saying she needs to stock up on wares again. It seems you won't be able to do any more shopping here.
Oh no.
About the enemy. Pitch black inside the cave. Who knows what dangers lurk within? Maybe you should prepare first. You did great. Gradually become aware of a voice calling out to your party. Looking around, you yank the old man free. It seems an old friend. He says he'll make it worth your while. Will you show him the way to... You ask the old man about himself. You offer him safe passage to Nexton.
It's teleport here, no? Yeah.
The wealthy old man looks considerate. He reaches into his pack and hand. The next instant, he takes off for the center of town, shouting, "I shall be there soon, my love."
Was that the mature woman's husband? Did she not eat him after all?
Nothing holds a candle to Ivory Order medicine, proclaims the woman, swigging this curative and that.
Is this not here? How much area is left? Not much. I want to see what's down here. Oh, there was that event in the demo where you had to give antidote to the little goblin dude. I should go buy antidote just in case that spawns as well.
Pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. It has a message scrawled on it in crude lettering.
Stolen treasure, pass, cave, and mountain near fountain.
Clearly, whoever dropped this message, you stashed the scrap of paper in your pack and resolved to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels. Nice work. come across two men sitting on a rock. You listen in and deduce. You lean in, trying to hear what else the thieves are. I hid the goods. Head south just before the bridge. It sounds like you hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away.
Be down here.
Something's catching the sunlight just so. You find a chip. Something about. Sure enough, this is the location those thieves mentioned. Quite convinced you found their stash, you open the chest with a self-satisfied smirk on your face. Up speed. A tornado is forming. You anticipate the tornado's path correctly and avoid getting swept up. Lying in the grass, you find an old telescope. You figure a look at the path ahead can't hurt, and pick it up. Peering through the lens, you see. All you know is there's something up ahead. You should be able to tell for certain what it is if you leave the janky telescope where you found it and make your way cautiously toward. You try to say hello, but she wanders off without even registering your presence. Congrats. You kick a rock down the road, muttering, you grumble. But your sulking is cut short. When out of the thicket leaps the rock you kicked must have hit it, because it is really mad. Brace yourself for battle. And fight. Welcome. You will be instantly transported to any location you've previously visited. Travel for 100. You've clearly been mistaken for someone else, but the innkeeper looks so excited that you dare not burst her bubble. Your room is free. Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set foot in the inn. It seems the sound of a flute could. His neighbors complained about the noise, though, and all has been quiet since. The man says you'll need a torch, and he adds, it just so happens you can buy them at the item shop. You get the feeling he probably works for said shop. The man scours his skin with a washcloth, trying to rid himself of all odor. Apparently, he blames his natural musk for his unlucky love life. You catch a whiff of scent wafting off him. It is rather pungent. An idea strikes you. Maybe getting rid of the toxins within the body would get rid of the odor without, too. You fish around in your bag, but can't seem to find an antidote anywhere. You hand him an antidote and he chugs it down. As soon as he's finished, overjoyed, the man from his breast pocket, the man pulls out something to give you in thanks. Apparently monsters, the Ivory Order is searching for where they're stashing the stolen goods. The woman tells you a monster stole. What did it steal, you ask? Medicine, says the woman, to give my skin a lustrous glow. The woman, who fashions herself a missionary of love, haughtily cries she's too beautiful and popular for her own good. This is the game parlor. Come play cards, the boy at reception calls.
But it's in the demo, I believe. Is it the same one? If I remember how. This guy's getting fucked on the RNG. Holy shit. This one. Doesn't really matter. Oh, I guess 6, 7, 8. Lucky boy. That's a lot of points. Yeah, I actually might win this if he gets lucky here. Nine, 10. I'll replace this one. Like 21, that's 40. I think he might actually win. It's 44. Got that. Okay. Wow, we need to get lucky. fuck me. You might have thrown it over that. Got 16, but that's enough to make up for the difference right now. And 12.
Don't let it get you down. Come play again, says the boy, waving.
So no, come on. Hell yeah. basically. Let's go. It's double 8. We're already down to destroy all sets, which include that number, including your own weight. If we get 3, remove all of them, and put you against 7, 8, that's not worth it. No, 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 no. Not take this set, slow points. I get fucked so hard if they manage to get an 8 here. And they actually roll onto my cards. Good. I caught to destroy anyway, so I won't do anything. Easy.
Not bad. The boy praises you, proffering a gift in commemoration of your win.
Did I stop doing one? I think I stopped doing about events, right? Oh, I did. Yeah, add events. My next? No. They get 6 or 9. That's really looking. Was that right at the start? Got down. I think there's a... Can do it. Dave? Got us both with this, or? Why'd you control him? He's got no points. He's already dead. Oh my god! Oh, poor guy. That was just never invincible, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, 8, 9, 10. In the right places, the 2 as well, in the same. Oh hell yeah, a 2. And 2 threes, wonderful. Hope she can't roll. And hope the guy with 0 manages to take some of her cards. Oh my god, this. Oh man. Okay, that's good. Alright, fuck it. YOLO. What do we need? A 7, 8 or 9, and we can destroy her. If we get an 8, it's really good. Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Wait, is this not the one? Oh, it's an 8 to destroy her, isn't it? God damn it. I believed it. Got an 8. God damn it. Got another 8, 9, 10. That is ridiculous. It's actually rigged. Is it even possible to catch up with everyone? I don't think it is. There's really nothing I can do. Yeah, but what is what happens? I got myself food as well. Yep. Best is I was next in turn, so now I'm like 4 turns away again. Then I could roll less than 4 and not even get a turn. god. Alright. Back we're good. Let's have a look. Yeah. Not actually too bad. It's 6, 7, 8. Always keeping hold of that 8 because those are dangerous, at least when you're winning. And he goes to play 78 if he gets a Treant. Well, I don't think he can. And he's got rid of another 8 there. Awesome. Fine. number. This is what, Pan 1930. This is 24. This is 24.
Are you the legendary card shark? The boy's hands are shaking as he proffers you a gift in commemoration of your win. Cyprian Ombre, I'm sorry, Cyprian Amber, has lived here for many years, conducting research on monsters. All the townsfolk affectionately call him Cypri. If anyone knows anything about the dragon, it's him. He's a veritable monster expert. You ask Cypri if he knows anything about the dragon. He says he'll tell you if you do. The monsters stole a precious treasure from him. If you reclaim the treasure, Cypri promises to tell you all he knows about the dragon. It seems the treasure-thieving monster makes its hideout in the western cave. That's where you'll want to head. Light can't reach the furthest depths of the cave. It may be impossible to proceed when you light the torch. It'll be much easier to explore now with your surroundings better illuminated. Though the torch lights your immediate surroundings, you still cannot peer far into the distance. Don't hold back.
Log into Genshin real quick to check if I need to use resin. Yeah, I'm just gonna go craft some condensers and fuck it. Oh yeah, oh, I said you have a working place. You guys are weak to wind?
Nice work. Upon closer examination of the door, you spot a cavity that looks like some sort of sphere should go there.
I assume we use that magic sphere to open this spell then. Yeah.
You put the magic sphere into the cavity, and the door opens.
You would have won. They gave me a revive item. Is there like a boss fight coming up soon now? It's sus, that's for sure. I'll die to this guy anyway. It's fire. Yeah.
A claret trail leads you deep. A knot forms in your gut. Another message comes into view. What horrors transpired here?
I wonder how the limit goes today if I even play it. Let me have a look. What they did they clear? Oh, I don't think they did. Look at that later. Get rid of this guy, deal with the big dude. Eat and delete.
Fortune favors them.
So they're like 8 damage. Yeah. kill that guy. Can I heal him in the menu, or do I have to do it in a battle? Yeah, okay. Doing the next fight, it's fine. Let's have a healing session, yeah. Let's get rid of this thing first. One HP, of course.
And fight. You make to open the chest, but at the next instant, something leaps at you out from the darkness. Don't hold back.
God damn it.
Nice work.
Heals because of that guy behind him, I guess. Jesus Christ, that hurt. Oh my god, the heal is also paralyzed. That's rough. I'll have the... He's with an M. I'll have him do a healing stack. Yeah. Maw.
The monster defeated, you turn toward the treasure chest and see those Ivory Order jerks rooting through it. Sweet of you to take care of the monster. Tucking the spoils from the chest safe, knowing you couldn't stop them if you tried. You can do nothing but stand slack. Nice of them to leave us the trash. You grumble in irritation. For some reason, Melanie picks up the ragged doll. Your shoulders slump. All that effort. You find nothing else even close to treasure. Hopes to leave now would... You decide to stay and explore the cave a little longer.
Need to uncover all the pots, dude.
Don't hold back. Nice work.
I should get those items to teleport out.
Don't hold back. Were you able to find? This is all we found, says Melanie, withdrawing. Cypri's eyes widen as soon as he's... Without breaking his gaze away from the doll, he begins... Cypri tells you he gifted this doll to his young daughter a long time ago. Since then, Cypri has treasured this doll as he treasured his daughter. Then the monsters took it from him. Cypri turns to Melanie. So you reclaimed the treasure by complete accident. You step closer to Cypri. What do you know about the dragon? You rudely inquire. Cypri gestures as if to say, far to the east of town is a place called Unionville, where monsters and humans live together in harmony. According to Cypri, you might be able to learn something there, as the dragon and monsters are not totally unrelated. Upon hearing that, you turn. Cypri calls out, journeying to Unionville, and you'll need this, he says, and holds out something for you. You won't make it through the Bewildering Wood without your sights set on the distant Unionville. You resolve to navigate through the Bewildering Wood.
I shall have one of everything. Got a curative.
Apparently the woman is being... I don't know how many times I have to tell him he's just not my type, she sighs. Now that she's reunited with all thanks to a huge smile on her face, she begins applying the medicine all over her skin. The man, who no longer smells, the smell may be gone, but he's still determined to polish himself up for that special someone.
No.
The Ivory Order has heroically... I just knew Winifred and her fellowship could do it.
Try one of the other themes. One sec. Let me save. The menu. Will not go back to the main menu? Oh no. Ah, there we go. What was that option? How did I get it? What was it? Select? The start is this menu. Select. Ah, okay. Keep the defaults. Card back. Damn, I kind of default 2 of these. Just randomly on full screen me.
About the enemy.
Oh, the little crystals, meal heads. That's cute. I don't think I like the tiger being white. It looks a bit weird. Oh yeah, I want to change that. It bothers me. But no, this one was the fine one. This is fine. It was the table board, right? Yeah.
A thick fog impedes your vision. You surmise this is in no small part why they call it the Bewildering Wood. Many a brave soul is. They also tell of a certain tool one needs to get through this place.
That's likely the flute we got. I think fire's gonna be really good against everything in here now. Yep. Lucky that it doesn't actually just straight up kill. Gonna hurt. Oof, yeah. Heal him with Ash. This gets really nice.
A message is written on the sign. Seek out the Force Stealer hidden deep in these woods.
Find 4 things before we can leave. Gotcha.
And 5. Nice work.
Let's get a few more levels. To the point where she one-shots some without having to rely on a crit. This thunder, okay. Ouch.
You have found the Northern Stela. It doesn't look particularly special. You resolve to touch it anyhow.
Money.
You hear a beautiful melody flowing from the forest depths. It sounds like singing. As you listen closely, you are struck by a sudden the grass rustles. Realizing you've been caught in the harpy's trap, you ready your weapons.
Oh. But it's flying right, so it's probably going to be weak to the bolt attack that Ash has. I just fucking chunked her though, so... Oh, she has thunder damage, so maybe she's not weak to thunder.
For some time after that, you find yourself trembling at the mere sound of a bird's tweet. You did great.
Not quite what I expected to find in here, but I'll take it. The harpy again.
As if drawn in by the voice, you head. Why won't the right words? Hearing her sigh. Very well then. Please finish this verse, she responds, then begins to sing.
I don't know. Oi, oi, oi. In Circle Town I hear a voice. Oi, 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 God.
You imitate Mars' mule, but the woman just tilts. You pity the poor soul for not. In the end, you gain nothing from the exchange and leave the woman to her song.
Maybe next time.
You have found the Eastern Stela. You You see the words Melody of Fortune chiseled into the corner.
I should be doing the double roll for one grenade. Because I'll avoid the defense on this guy too.
Good work. I need to hit the Stela every single time I want to go home. Ah, what a pain, the frowning woman sighed. The next Stela is... You hear someone murmuring? It sounds like a man, but you can't really be sure in these woods. Let's do this. You have found the southern Stela. You smack it and hear a sound off to the west. You'd best head that way next.
Did I miss this chest the first time I came through? Am I blind?
Don't hold back. Nice work. Nice work.
Oh. Someone. Stuff for the game is always giving you stuff right before it'll be useful to have. I'll give it to you. Again, it reduces your attack. And you already have low attack.
have found the Western Stela, which you swear up and down. You have found all 4 of the Stela in the Bewildering Wood. On a perhaps related note, you hear a sound emanating from the east. You hold the woodland flute you received from the good doctor in Thriston. You slowly back away from the Stela. You blow a handful of pleasant
Oh, great voice
notes
acting.
into the
I
woodland
love it.
flute. You soon become aware of accompanying percussion, which reveals itself to be a series of impeccably timed footfalls racing toward you. A young woman appears before you. "That was absolutely dreadful," she whinges, her jaunty gait betraying her enjoyment. She calls herself Riddis and declares herself a woodlander, resident of the Bewildering Wood. By sheer coincidence, the flute on which you played those notes was one designed to call the woodland people to your side. Stunned by your good fortune, you ask Riddis to lead you eastward out. What luck! She agrees far more readily than you ever anticipated. But, she continues, extending her hand, you'll have to hand over the woodland flute first. That'll cost you 1,000 gold pieces. Ugh, it's always about money with you travelers, she snorts derisively. Her face contorts in disgust. She reaches into her...
Oh my god.
Hey, what about my Before you can finish your thought, Mars' tongue whips across your hand, snatching the fruit and sliding it into his gullet.
Yeah, at least Mar got some food. That's good.
Ridis gasps. How could you let him do that? Just one of those fruits sells for 10,000 gold pieces, she shouts. So you can pay me back for the fruit your little friend stole, or you can hand over that flute, she says, pressing her case. I think you've lost this one, Melanie says, snickering. You look down at Mar, who seems quite pleased with himself. I suppose I have, you sigh in resignation. You begrudgingly hand the woodland flute to Ridis. Ridis plucks the woodland flute out of your hands with glee, and begins playing it as she skips away. Well, playing is a generous term. It sounds as though she may as well be murdering the poor thing. Ridis makes it clear that the fastest way out of the woods is through woodland, where she lives. It's that-a-way, Ridis says gleefully, pointing past the stela before you. Welcome to Woodland, Ridis says, gesturing out over the village. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy for the rest of the day, so you'll have to wait till tomorrow to leave the forest, she says, and makes her way home. That girl is in a world of her own. Welcome to the Forest Oasis, the man greets you warmly. You happen upon a man greedily guzzling well water. Could it truly be that much better than ordinary water? You take note of a woman who appears quite ill. As it turns out, she is none other than Ridus's mother. She is in no small amount of pain. Will you give her something to ease her suffering? But I appreciate the thought, all the same. Ridus's mother hands you mysterious card 3 as a token of her gratitude. She begins speaking of Ridus, who has been preparing. She blames her illness, and therefore herself, for making Ridus's life so difficult. The more she talks, the more her face drops. Ridus pores over a book while practicing on the woodland flute. The instant I thought you were the debt collectors. You can't sneak up on me like that, she stammers, struggling to regain her composure. You learn that Ridus's family is mired in debt and living hand to mouth. And I know how they got in so much trouble, the rumor mongerer says deliciously. We are not in the business of meddling in the personal affairs of others, Melanie says curtly, cutting her off. Apparently she's heard rumors of the dragon destroying another town somewhere. Our village would burn down so easily, she mutters, perhaps a bit more afraid of the symptoms than the cause. This shortcut is reserved for use by woodland citizens only, the guard barks, clearly unwilling to let you pass. Been a while since we've had any out. It turns out this inn is simply a place where the poor, lost souls trapped in the bewildering wood may recover. You may stay as long as you like, free of charge. The wooden dining table practically groans under the weight of the platters upon it, all brimming with meats and vegetables from the bewildering wood. I've certainly earned this, you say to yourself, as you slide into your seat at the table, positively drooling over the feast before you. Melanie takes no note of your boorish behavior, uttering a small prayer of thanksgiving before reaching for a plate of vegetables. Mar sits, eyes fixed on the food upon the table, statuesque in his stillness. What a good boy. Mar clears the entire table in a matter of seconds, even emptying the water barrel in a single gulp. He lets out a self-satisfied burp that sends a small jet of just drank water arcing out onto the floor. The sun sinks low, and the day draws to a close. A scream pierces the silence. Fire! You leap out of bed, adrenaline coursing through your veins. The others follow suit, and before long you burst through the front door and into the street. Ridus's house is ablaze, a nearby villager screams. My mother is still inside, Ridus shrieks, darting past you to fetch water from the well south of the village. Ridus is gathering water in an attempt to fight the blaze all on her own. toss a nearby bucket into the well and haul it up by the rope. Rather, you attempt to, but thanks to Mar robbing you of a meal, your strength fails you. Mar's eyes light up. He scrambles over the edge of the well and sucks the well dry in an instant. He pokes at his swollen belly and gestures toward Ridis' house, as if to say, "Get me back there, quick." Quickly, put it out. You have to put it out. Ridis screamed from a distance. The woman watches Ridis' house burn. Despair on her face. "The dragon's going to burn down our village next," cries the girl, as if the world is ending around her. "Someone save our poor village," prays the man, his eyes fixed upon Ridis' smoldering home. "Douse the flames with water," shouts the man. "Water from the well." Mar douses the house with the water he sucked up. The fire is reduced to mere embers, and all is well. Or so you think. Something darts out from behind the house and attacks. The fiery beast dispatched, you return to putting out the last of the blaze with Mar's help. Ridis' mother, now safe, tells you the creature came out of nowhere and set the house aflame. What would bring a creature of fire to a place like this, you wonder? Light breaks on a new day, and the commotion of the fire feels but a nightmare. You lead your party to Ridis's house to ask for safe passage out of the bewildering wood. Apparently, she's heard rumors and the girl heaves a sigh of relief after learning the fire wasn't the dragon's doing. Though spared from complete collapse, Ridis's home has been thoroughly scorched. Ridis sits alone in one of its rooms. The air thick. She says the monster appeared while she was playing the woodland flute last night. As to why any monsters, let alone fire monsters, appeared, well... Despite the circumstances, you ask Ridis to leave. I did promise that, didn't I? She says weird. Why do you want to venture out beyond the bewildering wood anyway? She inquires as she gathers this and that. We are in search of the dragon, you say valiantly, adding, the reward will be significant should we defeat him. Honesty is the best policy. Sounds like a real risky way to make a living, she replies flatly, feigning. A group of Ivory Order people came through here just the other day, she explains. You connect the dots with malice. Those three. At last, Ridis is ready to depart for the edge of the bewildering wood. Ridis's mother tells you she was once deceived. Ridis has been working to repay the debt ever since her mother took ill. You lightly press your thumb and forefinger to the corner of each eye. A mixture of sadness and anger swirling within you.
That's some of the flip sides. Report. Tells you if we have the flip side. Tucker is a long-time scholar of monsters and monster behavior. Most people in the version from deciphering. Either through bad luck or distressing the heart, Ridis's mother has endured no shortage of hardship despite living in the secluded woodland. You might think that repeated swindlings would get her down, but that would require that she realize she's been defrauded. Perhaps ignorance really is bliss. Indeed. Ringel. Rain patters the window, a picture book flies open, paper and paint perfume, tiny fingers turn the page. The book is upside down, no more light in her eyes, only memories of mother, a painted rainbow bleeds. Sad. That's a good portion of things. You know, they say your hero's journey has begun until you squash a couple slides on the foot. The vast majority are killed when they are young. Those few aspiring to have it all. Red fungus are face territorial, killing all who set foot in their land, turning the corpses into red fungus clones.
This road takes you to the east side of the Bewildering. Upon seeing that Ridis is with you, he steps aside and lets you through. The eastern portion of the woods certainly does not want for thick, soupy fog. Turn away, ready to lead the party deeper into... Wait just a moment, you lot, calls the voice of an older man from somewhere behind you. Riddis appears to be familiar with him. She calls him Mr. O. Here you are, young lady, he says, handing her a slip of paper.
Wait, what?
Oh dear. Further, Mr. O explains, Riddis did not have a fire insurance policy at the time of the conflagration, and so she shall have to pay in full. I'll thank you kindly to pay by the end of the month. Bye now, Mr. O says, receding from view as he returns to the forest. Hee. Riddis lets out a bemused chuckle, her demeanor remarkably calm for what has just transpired. She pulls the woodland flute from her cloak and begins softly playing. Riddis's ear-splitting performance, shall we say, draws monsters out from behind the trees. Within moments, they are nearly upon you. Great. That's odd. I must have made a mistake, Riddis says, burying her face in her old... She opens the book to a particular page and thrusts it in your face. You can't tell anyone in the village I let you see this, okay? It's a page of sheet music with a note scrawled beside it that reads, "Play this lucky tune to reverse your financial fortunes and make..." No matter how many times I played this last night, our debt never went down, she fumes, incensed. You inspect the page a bit more off in a corner in letters so small as you finally see that so long as Riddis holds the flute, this is nothing more than a monster conjuring melody. You snatch the woodland flute from her hands. You have lost your flute-playing privileges, you inform her. But I'll never escape from this mountain of debt without it, she cries, clearly still believing in the melody of fortune. Melanie quietly opines that while Riddis is many things, bright is not one of them.
Jesus.
That was lucky. Trees bearing very solid-looking nuts whip to and fro in the force of the gale. This doesn't bode well. One of the nuts flies off the tree and smacks you right on the head. The pain brings tears to your eyes. That was lucky. Good work.
find
Take a
it.
peek inside the ground. It seems like the harpy startled. The monster flaps its wings and flies away. You find some coins scattered about where it stood. Here, Riddis chirps as she does. A hidden path out of the bewildering wood comes into view.
The exit. Awesome. Alright, for the exit for this place. Good to know. Finish up here.
Let's do this.
Take a moment to heal. So,
Nice work. At last, you are free of the bewildering wood. Praise the power of the woodland, as you squeal in admiration of Riddis. She giggles bashfully. You've certainly kept your promise, you say. Thank you for showing us the way. I was hoping I could join you on your quest to defeat the dragon. Ridis suddenly blurts out. She takes out her old book and thrusts another page in your face. This week's creature of fortune is the dragon. Booms may befall the Melanie's jaw goes slack. What is the deal? I can probably pay off my debt if we can just defeat the dragon. No, I won't dilute my share of the rich. Have you no heart? Are you just going to leave a young helpless girl like me to drown in an ocean of debt and deal with that crusty old man? Ridis fires back relentlessly. I want to go. No. So goes the endless chorus of your thoroughly unproductive argument. Melanie calmly reminds you that the party in its current form stands little chance of defeating the dragon. See, you need me, Ridis says, sensing an opportunity. Your well-reasoned argument of no thwarted. You nod your head in resignation and welcome Ridis to the party. Drawing upon your courage, you toss the janky telescope aside and charge ahead with your friend. But what you saw was only an old woman, which sends you and your companions tumbling over one another into a heap on the ground. A concerned look on her face, the old woman hands you a bottle of medicine.
Yeah, large is quite the word. Yeah, big area.
Don't hold back.
point damage. Holy shit. Oof. Fucking rough. Oh, perfect. Then deleted.
Uh-oh.
One. 16% there. Okay. Well. Alright, I think I'm way too low. Stumbled into hell somewhere. That's a difficulty spike and a
Looks
half.
like your adventure ended.
Wait, that was save one. Is that the auto save?
Don't hold back. let's head to... Congrats. You see something approaching from up ahead. A monster, Melanie shouts, readying for battle. Mr. Flobby, get back here. It's dangerous out there. A young girl chides, taking the creature back to the village. It seems you've finally arrived at Unionville, a village where humans and monsters live together in peace. What a weird place, remarks Riddis lightheartedly. I like it. We aren't staying a moment longer than necessary, says an unsettled Melanie, her distaste for monsters plain on her face. It appears the headman's long-standing pronouncement on the welcoming of all magical creatures also applies to you and your party. Good job. The boy praises you, proffering a gift in commemoration of your first win.
you've got a bunch of meat, right? You want to put it in your body in a better way. What do? You put it in a weird sock, all right? You put it in a weird sock, you cook it up on a skittle.
Oh, you were right, Skriddle. Yeah.
Skriddle?
Yeah.
Hold on, that's not it.
Keep
Griddle.
going.
Griddle! Wait, what's the one that starts with an S?
You're gonna get there. I believe in you.
Skimmer. A
Are you serious right now?
I'm super serious. This is really bad.
I'm not gonna help you.
A scriddle, a skibble? No. What is it? Tell me.
You can do this.
A skittle. A
Keep going in
skitter.
circles. You
A
got
scratch.
No, this isn't a hint.
No.
This is not a hint.
A skittle. Wait. Skid.
Uh-huh.
Skid.
No.
Skriddle!
No!
I'm getting there.
You're not. What happens when you level up and you need to put your points into your...
Skill troll. Skill.
You can't be for real, right?
Oh my god. Oh my skill Skillet!
This once, god damn it. Just need the cosmetic permit. Did I finally actually get done? Oh, we need to beat the restaurant first. Nope. Alright, cool. Nice game. So bad. I hate this minigame. Like, I know it's not the main game, but holy fuck, I just want the cosmetic and it's so bad. You literally spend, I've clicked my mouse click like 3 times in the past half an hour playing this game. It's so bad. Like, why actually would you make me rest when I have literally done nothing the entire game? Like, the AI is so bad too. Yep, I'm resting, dude. I got nothing to do. Can I just not exit? Try again. looking good. Might finally get the final cosmetic. Oh no. The RMT Pathfinder is in on board there. Take a look. Alright. First, so just fingers crossed at this point. Is that good? Still a 1098 on this guy. Who are you? Goblin. Yeet. Well, so we got 12 has to go, right? Yeah. 8, 11. This one goes. Time is it? 1 a.m. 0:50. Finally, freedom from misery.
You're something else, the boy praises you, proffering a gift in commemoration of your win. The village headman is a renowned gourmet, and rumor has it the man says he wishes he too could have such a lavish meal just once in his life. His deep desire for delicacies only growing with time. Wow, a new friend, and so big, too, the furball exclaims in glee as it rushes over to Mar. Mar stares off into the distance as the furball snuggles up to his leg. For some reason, Riddis joins in on the cuddling. Lately, a suspicious man cloaked in black has been seen wandering about the village outskirts. The old woman looks at Melanie and remarks that he was dressed just like her. The little orc child is engrossed in a fairy tale. The title reads, The Legend of the Dragon. You take a peek into the picture book and come across a passage that piques your interest. To where, you wonder, then recall that this is merely a fairy tale. However, does your mouth become so filthy, Mr. Flobby? Sighs the girl as she wipes the slime clean. Clearly embarrassed, Mr. Flobby murmurs, "That's not my mouth."
Oh no. Come on. Oof.
A young boy wanders up to your group in wide-eyed wonder. You surmise his curiosity stems from the lack of travelers visiting the village. You realize you are right when he assails you with questions about your origins and adventures. The Inquisition leaves you exhausted. The little goblin sulks as he gazes upon the withering flowers he tried so desperately to take care of. He looks at you with tears in his eyes, silently begging you for help. They must be thirsty, you think to yourself. Stop, stop! If it were that easy, the goblin says, he would have done it himself. You pour the salve onto the flowers, the goblin cries out in happy, he then holds something out to you.
Number 5, we missed number 4 then?
goblin stares lovingly at the beautiful and gobbles them up.
Oh no, he ate them. It's dinner time.
Healthy flowers are the tastiest, he proclaims in glee. Did he grow those flowers just to eat them? You ask the old man if he knows anything about the dragon. No, sir, he answers. All I know is that it brings more trouble to this already troubled world. But our headman is a wise and worldly man. He might know something, he remarks, pointing at a house not far away. The child says his monster friend left the village suddenly to go back home. He claims the headman told him that he could go home when he grew up too. The little orc child pouts. But I don't know where my home is.
Sad.
A quiet fur ball sits with crumbs around its mouth. The woman frowns deeply, claiming the cakes she bought for her beloved fur ball have all been eaten by someone else. Travelers, down here, at thy feet, a clump of fur speaks. I am Lappy, and I should like to journey forth with thee. Lappy the fur ball looks at you with amiable expectations. Of course, the more the merrier, you exclaim, pumping your fist energetically into the air. But Melanie coldly thoroughly rejected by Melanie, Lappy bursts into tears. Lappy says he has no friends because of his aged face and speech. All alone, he decided to leave the village on a journey. Your party is silenced by the crying child with the face of a grown man. You tell Melanie to be nice, and quip that both she and Lappy could use a friend. Exhausted from arguing with you, Melanie half-heartedly agrees. Fine, we can be friends. However, she says that they are on a dangerous journey to defeat the dragon. As such, they cannot take a child with them. Lappy leaps up and hugs her in his excitement, exclaiming, "Thou hast made me so happy." Till next time, Melanie says, peeling Lappy off of her and placing him on the ground. Though she thought all monsters to be evil, Melanie feels that the ones here are different. Finally, a friend. You bow, but before you can speak, the man suddenly introduces himself as the village headman. He laughs, then shamelessly praises his own village as being wondrous and peaceful. "And who are you?" he asks. After explaining that you are on a quest to defeat the dragon, the headman invites you to rest your feet a bit in his village. He says that he had heard rumors of the dragon when he traveled the world. You must be tired from your journey. Have a seat. I will have my chef prepare a feast, the headman says, then claps his hands twice to summon a stewardess. Extravagant dishes that you have never seen before are placed on the table before you, each one looking more delicious. You're drooling, Melanie scowls. You hadn't even noticed. You wipe your mouth with your sleeve, then gasp as you turn to Mar. Perhaps in an attempt to hold himself back, Mar is gnawing on the table corner. There, there. We'll eat soon, you reassure Mar while gently stroking his head. The doors fly open in the next instant, and a girl runs in. With tears in her eyes, she tells you that her dear companion, Mr. Flobby the Slime, is missing. The headman's eyes go wide in surprise. We must find that slime right away, he says anxiously. You are starving, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to partake of the feast before you because of Mr. Flobby's disappearance. We will find your slime, and then we feast, you add quietly. Melanie reminds you that you are here to get clues about the dragon from the headman. What's the difference? Literally everything. Hunger taking its toll, you two begin to argue. Brave heroes, the headman interjects, then bows his head. Would you please find her slime? It appears the story has hit a standstill until you find the missing Mr. Flobby. You need to hear the whole story from the young girl. The girl sobs, wailing about the missing Mr. The girl then hands something to Melanie. It looks like the muddy hank. She asks Melanie to wipe Mr. Flobby with it after you find it. The girl claims to have searched the village but cannot find her friend anywhere. Regardless, looking aimlessly outside the village would be a waste of time. You decide to collect more information in the village. It seems like the girl who left. The elderly man says she cannot have gone far. The goblin dutifully tends his flower bed, eagerly anticipating the day they bloom. Melanie's friend Lappy is here. Despite her hatred of monsters, Melanie doesn't seem to mind. She says she saw a suspicion. She claimed they went. Did that man take Mr. Flobby? You resolved to leave the village in search of the pair. Excellent.
Nothing. Holy shit. I have so much defense, that's why.
That was lucky. Congrats.
Well. Got a car, right? Yeah. Alright. Set, fire, heal. It's insane, man. Just take that in one go.
Uh-oh.
Fortune favors the bold.
Bye. Bye here. The watering will be really useful. Seems like a lot. See, I have this. The character set to that. Fairy dress for yeah, it's only 2k. One for the fairy dress, one for the male. Good. Go check in the woods as well, because I think I missed the side quest in there. A little bit easier to progress for and farm a little bit more in here.
You didn't hear it from me, but the cause of the fire was, she whispers baseless gossip in your ear. Look after my Ridis, won't you? She bows her head slightly in an attempt to conceal her worry. You follow the curious sound. He digs and digs. Melanie beseeches, but well digging was. How is that the best alive? The man turns towards you both, oblivious to the squabble playing out before him. You hand the man some salve. The instant he applies it to his hands, not long after that, he sidles up to the man hands you a mysterious card 4 to show his appreciation for the set.
There we go, found it.
bunch of nuts fly off from the trees, but you and your friends hightailed it out of there before any of them could hit you. Though a torch is not strictly necessary, it would certainly help you find your way through the dimly lit shrine. Your footing is obscured in the dimness of the shrine. You should probably go forth slowly but steadily. Taking it one step, you take a good look at the floor and see it lined in trails of viscous liquid. No doubt a slime or 200 have passed through here. It looks like poor Mr. Flock is being held captive by the Hand over that slime. You speak as if I kidnapped him, he remarks, curtly turning to face you. When your eyes finally adjust to the surrounding darkness, you realize the man's clothes look eerily similar. Melanie's mouth falls open in surprise. It seems the man has noticed Melanie as well. It looks like the two know each other. The man says that he and Melanie came from the same village, where this was their native dress. The man's revelation makes you realize that you know almost nothing about Melanie's past. You ask Melanie about her hometown, but she holds her tongue. Then the man speaks. With forbidden magic, our clan has ensured the dragon, he begins, when Melanie cuts in. She rattles on about the man, telling you that he is Vince, a lunatic obsessed with the dragon. Vince resentfully claims that he is searching for the noble dragon to protect it. You ran away from home with your tail between your legs, he ridicules. Enraged, Melanie lunges at Vince. You have so many questions, but realize that the most pressing careful, he won't go down easy.
Boss, maybe? Maybe a hard one? Nice. Well, you can only have one stat effect at a time, right? So you can't do poison and... Oh, is he immune to anything? Yeah. Need to heal. We'll have... Pepper.
fight, Vince asks, "Do you know the truth about that village?" The headman may look like a nice old man, but he keeps those little monsters around too. He begins, but before he can finish, Winifred, Edwin, and Berwin of the Ivory Order appear.
Ah, these fuckers again.
The three brush you aside, fixing their attention on Vince. "So you are the one who disturbs the peace," they exclaim, then charge at him. The Ivory Order and that false justice they serve are the true evil here, he retaliates, fighting back. Seeing the two parties occupied with each other, you realize this is your chance to grab Mr. Flobby. Vince is on equal footing with the three. Engrossed in their battle, the combatants pay you no mind. Perhaps wary of humans, Mr. Flobby dashes out when you draw near. When you reach out to grab Mr. Flobby, lower Mr. Flobby's stamina to calm him down.
Am I supposed to lower anymore? Anyone a year? 21. Yeah, killed him.
Exhausted from the fight, but it seems he hasn't yet find something to help return Mr. Flobby to normal. You wipe Mr. Flobby's mouth with the handkerchief you received from the... Then you hear a quiet voice speak. "That's not my mouth," Mr. Flobby murmurs bashfully. It looks like the girl's familiar scent on the handkerchief returned him to normal. Having regained his senses, Mr. Flop, you place the increasingly sticky handkerchief in your bag. Nice work. Lappy approaches and tells you that Mr. Flobby has returned. The girl is ecstatic that Mr. Flobby is finally back home. I'm happy for you, Melanie says with a smile. The girl bows her head and thanks. Mr. Flobby looks as slimy as ever. You just hope it's a happy slime. The headman wants us to bring Mr. Flobby to him. Of course not. But bring him back soon, she answers with a bright smile. I am so happy to see you explain everything that happened, including the incident. He expresses his relief. He then thanks you for your hard work and instructs his stewardess to prepare dinner for your party. You can feel your collective mouths watering at the sight of the lavish. You, Mar, and Ridis immediately dig in. You aren't sure where you find a moment to breathe. Please, eat to your heart's content. Once your belly is full, you realize that Mr. Flobby... Room for dessert? The headman asks, offering you a plate of slimy jelly. You feel your stomach churning at the very sight of it. The color strikes you as familiar, and the stickiness sends a shiver down your spine.
Wait a minute. Why are we eating the slime?
Is this Mr. Flobby? You ask the headman, your voice trembling in disbelief. The headman looks at you with a plain expression, one that holds no malice. Is that a problem? He questions back. This dish is a masterpiece, he remarks with a light-hearted chuckle as he gazes at the jelly. And I have you brave heroes to thank for it. Had you not brought that slime back, we would not be able to enjoy this exquisite dessert.
Excuse me?
Are you full? He asks, seemingly concerned at your silence. It It would be a shame to let something so splendid go to waste. You move to leave, but the headman stops you. I try to get my meat while it's still young and tender, but at least your pet is very plump, he remarks, licking his lips. He points at Mar and asks, would you consider leaving that creature here with me?
Oh, fucking no.
Never, you refuse flatly, not bothering to hide your discomfort. Think about it, he entreats. You grab the headman by his lapels, hands trembling in fury. And fight.
Wait, what happens? Is this one keep buffing his own defense? Do we kill him? Yeah, I still gotta kill him. I just really didn't want to. Okay.
You pummel the headman with all curled up on the ground. The headman groans in pain, but insists that monsters were meant to be eaten. You hug Mar tightly, reassuring him that you will not hand him over to anyone. Mar looks at you with his round eyes and mews softly. You meet eyes with the rest of your party and reach a tacit agreement. Together, you all stand and leave. As you are about to leave the headman's house, though, the old man suddenly charges at you from behind. But Mar, the keener of you two, is quick to block his path. With a crash, Mar and the headman tumble to the ground. From the headman's hand falls a small blade. It clatters to the ground, covered in blood. You take the injured Mar to an inn where you can watch over him. You gaze at the unconscious Mar with concern. Despite the shallow wound, no amount of medicine seems to rouse Mar from the bed. I heard that my friends were in danger, so I came as quickly as I could, Lappy says. As he reaches Mar's bedside, he leans over and licks his wound. This is what you call an extract, he shouts. He explains that it is a poison extracted from a certain monster. If it enters the body, it drastically reduces one's stamina. Hearing those words, you realize the headman's blade must have been coated in this poison. Mar's condition starts to make sense. Isn't there anything we can do? Melanie asks. Lappy's eyes widen in realization before he places his mouth over Mar's wound and begins sucking. He then puts the what-you-call-it extract into a bottle and hands it to you. Lappy says that if you follow the road south of the village, you will reach Shoreland. He tells you to give the extract to the famous nutritionist there. Realizing that you are at fault for this, you don't hesitate to undertake the quest. But this is strange. The extract comes from a monster, so it should have no effect on one, Lappy remarks with a curious tilt of his head. I thought a beast of that size would eat us out of house and home, she remarks, no doubt talking about Mar. The girl sighs. Mr. Flobby, this is Mr. Globby, Mr. Flobby's cousin, she tells you.
That gear that he has, I could give it to her in the meantime. We have it. I think it doesn't say for the Shadow Cloth whose it is. It's less considering it's very much like Yohigia. When these ones say, you know, forest dwellers, adventurers, etc. This map for yourself.
Let's do this.
ID guns on probably some. If I could hit, but otherwise we need to like make us all deal with it. If we don't need to heal them. So
That was lucky.
healing, okay.
Don't hold back.
Get the heal one and wait around for it. Goblin, charge of it.
It falls over in its shock, then scrambles up and flees in terror, leaving behind some coins. can't go in there. That's the ocean.
Freeze on this. I don't know particularly but
Excellent.
it was insanely good because of the double damage on it. I'm armored now because it has the body slam, which is a dice roll, which is ignore the defense there.
And fight.
The wire. Poison to death. Renewal.
Excellent. 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 You pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. It has a message scrawled on it in crude lettering.
Of CC. Some treasure harbor Peninsula. Let's see what you see.
Clearly, whoever dropped it stashed the scrap of paper in your pack and resolved to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels.
There we go.
Look, you two, it's the sea, Ridis exclaims, frolicking, and you, on the other hand, trudge along as far as you can from the coast, ignoring the hair sticking to your forehead. Feeling something at your feet, you glance down. It appears you've stepped on a monster's cape, making it very upset. It attacks you in fury. Nice work. Thunder roars overhead. Watch out for lightning. That one almost hit you. You glance over your shoulder and see Melanie, charred and smoking. And fight. These are my unsold wares. I would be happy to sell to you for a fraction of the price, the old woman says as she lines up some medicine bottles before you. I'm closing for the day, she announces as she packs up her goods. It seems you won't be able to do any more shopping here. An armor-clad knight. The knight faces you, but after sizing you up for grow strong, young ones, he says, then returns to... It appears he awaits a stalwart warrior to challenge him. Something comes rocketing down from the mountaintop. There and gone in a flash. What was that? Your friends insist it was probably just the rock adroitly avoids crashing into anything as it falls. Your friends breathe a sigh of relief as the monster hurtles ever farther away. Looks like a monster. The sight of you startles it away. Nice work. And fight. Excellent. The harbor is closed today. Anyone seeking Shoreland should move 3 spaces to the southeast. You hear a roar in the distance. Rumor in the village has it that it might be the dragon. I can feel the dragon's presence. You feel impatient, determined not to let the order beat you to it. A troubled woman tells you that she claims that even the cold medicine. She narrows her eyes at the crowd, suspecting there is a thief among them. Your ears perk up at the word reward, and you immediately agree to help expose the dirty thief. The man says the fishing industry is usually thriving in their seaside town. He mentions that even the fishing harbor to the northwest has been suffering from poor hauls of late. You approach a woman, sneaking around. Hearing your voice, she turns in surprise. You explain that the person she stole it from needs it back. My poor little boy is bedridden, she says tearfully. He needs medicine, but I don't have any money, so I took it. Hearing her tale, you are overcome by sympathy. She thanks you and hands you something, apologizing for not having more. Medicine in hand, the woman leaves quickly. Now then, what to tell the other lady? You explain that you are clearly saddened by the news. She explains that she keeps the medicine on hand. She laments that she may not have the money. Unsure if you made the right choice, you return to your journey with a heavy heart. You set foot inside the inn, only to be greeted. It would appear you and your companions are this inn's 10,000th customers. That means you've won the lifetime of free stays pass. The sign on the door reads, "The Great Nutritionist Oreo." You open the door without knocking. Is anyone home, you call? A muscular man emerges from the back. You politely ask if he is the nutritionist. Indeed, I am the nutritionist Oreo, he answers. He says he has been studying dietetics here for many years. You hand Oreo the extract. He stares at the extract for a long time, opens the bottle and laps at the liquid inside. That's poison. The man insists that he'll be fine with his expertise of nutrition, and insists that knowledge is power, as if that will help somehow. Regardless, it seems he managed to grasp the composition of the poison with that lick, and starts concocting a nutritional supplement to counter it. However, he says he needs a spry fish, he needs a special fish to make the necessary supplement. When he explains that you can catch one in the surrounding sea, she shows you a page from her ancient... That book comes in handy from time. Oreo gasps. He says that his son went out fishing, and it sounds like his son is fishing on the wharf. You decide to go find him. You see a young man with his line in the water and call out. He turns around and flexes, shouting out suddenly, "Power is power." You stare, enchanted by his bulging musculature. He asks if you have business with him. Though you are pretty sure of the answer, you ask the young man if he is that I am, he answers. He introduces himself as Bruno and says, you introduce yourself, expressing to him that you are... His eyes begin to sparkle the moment you utter the word hero. More or less grasping the situation, he says that a monster has settled near their town, and it's that you know Oreo needs a spry fish to make that supplement. Hearing the despair in your voice, Bruno speaks. He tells you that there is a harbor and perhaps you can find You thank him for the information, then head to the harbor just as you are about to leave. Is it a reward you're after? You are about to ask. But Melanie smacks you on the head before you can voice it and allows him to come along. Bruno looks ecstatic. When you ask him why, he tells you that but his father, famed in the world of... One desires strength, the other knowledge. Unable to see, what will you ask Bruno? You ask Bruno about his sword arm, saying you are something of a... Bruno replies that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat. Apparently, he only carries around a sword to look like an adventurer. Curious about his attire, he confessed that he once wished for armor, but in that moment you realize something. While the words "birds of a feather flock together" run through your mind, but you quickly chase them away, afraid of what that means for you.